table, I have a mic.
Perfect.
Just pass it.
No worries. We're good. Hi everyone, good evening and welcome to our Northborough School Committee open meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 6th, 2022, and the time is 6:32. All members are present this evening. We're going to start off our meeting with audience sharing. At this time, is there anyone in the audience who would like to share? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to new business. So our first order of new business is our principal's report and the Melican Middle School PTO presentation. And tonight we have Michelle Karb, principal of
So slight change of plans. So I did have a conversation with Michelle Karb this afternoon. She will be presenting at the May meeting.
Great.
So, and the Melican PTO will present at the May meeting as well. This evening we have the Lincoln Street PTO who will be presenting, and Principal Wright will present on behalf of the Northborough principals this evening. So
Excellent. Thank you, Principal Wright, for being here tonight.
Sure. Thanks for having me. It's strange to be back in person. So.
You have to use that.
Just so that the people at home can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thanks for having me in person. It's nice to be here. In full disclosure, I put my glasses on when I do my business. All Town Band is in full swing for all of the elementary schools. So the fifth graders across the district have been traveling to Melican each and every Wednesday to rehearse for an upcoming concert that will be happening in May. Students across Northborough in grades 3 to 8 will be taking part in the ELA Math and Science and Technology and Engineering MCAS test over the next few weeks. We're well underway with that, and things are going very well. So that'll happen in the months of April and May. The Proctor School is thrilled to bring back in-school enrichment, and during the month of March and April, students in grades K to 5 worked with hands-on nature to explore worm habitats, owl pellets, and the life cycle of a butterfly. Students love the hands-on exploration. Author Josh Funk will be visiting Proctor at the end of April as well, and the kindergarten students love showing off their growing reading skills. In April, the first graders will share their animal habitat projects with their families and other students as part of a gallery walk. Students read, researched, and wrote about their animals along with a visual representation to go along with their reports. Proctor second graders have been learning about their own identities and heritages in social studies as part of the Heritage Project. The third graders have independently formed writing groups and are proudly writing their own stories and graphic novels to share with each other, while the fourth graders are writing their own multi-step word problems for others to solve using the strategies that they have learned thus far in the school year. Lastly, the Proctor fifth graders would like to thank the Proctor community for contributing to their fundraising efforts as part of the Coin Wars. The fifth graders raised over $1,800 in this very successful fundraising campaign. That's pretty good. During the month of March, the Z and Peasley School hosted an author visit from Josh Funk. He read his coding books to the students in grades K to 5. The younger students enjoyed a book on coding a sandcastle, while the older students engaged in a book on coding a roller coaster. March also brought back the Scholastic Book Fair at the Z School and the Lincoln Street School. Parent-teacher conferences were held on March 31st. In past years, the spring conferences have had a smaller turnout than the fall. However, this year we saw an even number of conferences compared to the fall. April appears to be filled with many enriching experiences for the Z students. They began the month with a visit from Animal Adventures for the students in grades K to 2. And later in April, they will be hosting WPI robotics for all grades. In addition, their Kid Fest returns on Friday night, April 29th, followed by 4 weeks of Project Adventure. Ooh, I think this is actually Is that the school or Peasley? Project, okay. My apologies. Okay. The 5th grade fundraising event, Penny Wars, raised $980, and their staff and students celebrated Autism Acceptance Week this week. Each day, they celebrate by wearing a suggested color or theme, and in addition, each day they learn a different aspect of autism. This has been a worthwhile journey for their students to better understand autism. Lastly, the 5th grade students and staff members were collecting donations for a family in need, and they're working in conjunction with the Algonquin Interact Club to do so. On March 11th, 2022, the Lincoln Street School students participated in special activities to celebrate the 3rd annual International Social and Emotional Learning Day. This year's theme for the SEL Day was Finding Common Ground, Pursuing Common Good. Throughout the week, students watched videos and participated in activities their classes related to the SEL skills. The Northborough Garden Club generously provided grant funding for a new community flower garden. Students planted flower seeds and decorated rocks for the border for the new garden, which will be located in the front of the school for all community members to enjoy. The students learned about Ms. Rollins, our physical education teacher's niece, who's a 4th grader who has Pfeiffer syndrome and who has had to undergo 22 surgical procedures. The students made cards of support for Abby as she recently underwent another surgical procedure. Students watched a short film about differences and worked with their partner to identify ways that they are similar to and ways that they are different from their partner. Each student also helped to create an SEL-themed poster to prominently display what they had learned during the week and how the LSS students use their SEL skills each day. Also, during the week, the students raised almost $550 through a coin drive to support the Northborough Helping Hands Association. And this week, our 5th grade student council was honored to present Jane O'Toole, president of the Northborough Helping Hands Association, with a check to help support their efforts. Students at LSS and our 5th grade students at LSS and Peasley graduated from DARE, which stands for Drug Abuse Resistance Education. Officer Griffin and Officer Phil from the Northborough Police Department focus lessons on empowering students to respect others and to choose to lead lives free from violence, substance use, and other dangerous behaviors. During the month of March, the Peasley School celebrated National Reading Month, where students had the opportunities to participate in several special activities. One highlight was their community reading day, where Algonquin athletes from the girls and boys basketball teams visited Peasley classrooms to read and discuss stories with students. A special thanks to Mrs. Kelsey, Peasley librarian, athletic director Mike Masserino, and Coach Melissa Festino, and all of the athletes who helped make this event a huge success. To keep the ball rolling, Peasley has been very busy planning the Wizards game that will take place on April 8th at 7 o'clock at Algonquin. And the Peasley PTO has done an amazing job organizing this wonderful Northborough community event with over 700 tickets sold. Many players from across Northborough are excited to show off their talents. Maybe some of you too, I'm not sure. Okay, so Lincoln Street School was awarded a $5,500 grant through the Mass Cultural Council STARS residency program. Jay Mankita, teaching artist and engineering enthusiast, will be working with our 4th and 5th grade classes this May. And throughout the three sessions of this residency, students will learn about, design, and construct 3 sets of kinetic mechanisms, each building on the previous set. Each session will be preceded by an asynchronous video lesson in which students will learn specific techniques for prepping their materials, and this will allow for more face-to-face time spent with Jay in the actual design work and construction. Each session is also followed by asynchronous engagement with Jay through the online Flipgrid platform, in which students upload their progress pics and their videos along with any questions, and through which Jay offers encouragement, feedback, and next steps. The final projects will be exhibited at the school with a video gallery available online for the greater school community to see. That's the elementary schools. Any questions about that so far?
Yes, Joan?
Thank you very much for the presentation and encapsulating everything that happened in all the K-8 schools. At the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the MCAS testing.
Sure.
And could you just repeat that part so parents would know when that's going to be? I'm sure the principals of each school
Yep.
is passing out the information and the kids are well prepped. But what are the dates and in what subject? You said science, technology?
So we have ELA, math, and our 5th graders also do science and technology and engineering. They are underway in all of the schools so far, and they run across the months of April and May.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question? Sure. I hate to put Greg on the spot, but since we're talking about technology and we have the one-to-one initiative, I know at a public forum it was mentioned just recently that we have not purchased any, and I know through the different budget line items we have been purchasing technology, especially since the initiative by the Ed Foundation, which was the Ed Foundation had a fundraiser, I'd say maybe about 5 years ago. They would buy one and that we would give one. So I know that the testing that we're doing is probably not on paper. It is by Chromebooks
Yes.
for the
It's
kids. So Greg, could you just give us an update how that is going, and because we have all the schools doing it at one time? And do we have enough Chromebooks for all the kids?
Sure. So, as you recall, the Northborough Education Foundation was very generous and had a tremendous fundraiser that allowed us to purchase many Chromebooks for our pre-K through 8 schools. Since then, we've added Chromebooks through the operational budget, and most recently through ESSER 2 and ESSER 1 funds, we've also been able to purchase additional Chromebooks and laptops and technology. And the pandemic did accelerate our one-to-one initiative, and at this point in time, we are a one-to-one district. We do have a hardware replacement cycle plan in place that is funded to the operational budget.
And a follow-up question?
Yes.
I know that during the pandemic, we made sure that all the students, when we were remote, had their devices. And in coming back, I mean, think of what you're just saying now is hardware replacement. Were there some issues where we had to, because these were at home and now they're coming back with the wear and tear?
Yeah, so our technology department did an excellent job inventorying all the technology that returned from students who were loaned laptops. We did see some damage as we anticipated and expected. We do have repair contracts, and when possible, we repaired laptops, and in some cases, we've purchased new laptops because they just weren't repairable.
So, and we are purchasing those then through our operational budget?
Correct.
And one last question?
So operational budget and ESSER funds.
And SR funds that we have. Thank you very much. And I know that last year at this time, because of the situation with the pandemic and remote and learning, and then we're coming back with flexible, the state last year, the MCAS testing was on paper, is that correct?
No, it was electronic.
It was electronic last year. And so this year again, we're electronic and everything is going smoothly so far with all that. Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification and also for the public. Thank you.
I have the middle school's update as well, if we're ready for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so this is from Principal Carp. Their Melican's 6th grade band received a gold medal at last weekend's Massachusetts Instrumental and Choral Conductors Association Festival. Their 7th grade band received a silver medal, as did the 8th grade band. Melican's school musical, High School Musical Junior, will be performed this Friday and Saturday at 7 o'clock at Algonquin. They have over 50 students participating in this performance. Melican's Project 351 representative Cooper Davis and their student council are teaming up to lead a collection drive for cradles to crayons. They are collecting new and gently used clothing for children of all ages. All 6th, 7th, and 8th graders will be taking their ELA MCAS test next Tuesday and Wednesday. They have 25 classes of students testing, and as well as almost 40 small groups and individual students. That's a total of nearly 65 groups of students testing at one time. And a special thanks to our technology department from all of the schools for helping to work behind the scenes to make sure this is running smoothly for all of us.
Thank you so much, Principal Wright. Any further comments or questions for Principal Wright? Kelly.
Just a question, and you might not know, but is the High School Musical, is it open to other people to buy tickets? And are they still available at the door, or was it just a pre-sale only type
You
thing?
can buy tickets at the door.
I can answer that.
Yeah, it's okay,
They're pre-selling tickets, but they are available at the door. It's open to all public.
So they can,
I
okay.
understand there's a lot of high school students going. They have younger siblings. And it's Friday and Saturday,
Saturday,
at
right.
7.
Okay.
Friday, of course, overlaps with the
Wizards,
the
yeah.
big
We
game.
have 3 events at high school on Friday. We have
So
the
Friday's
Wizards,
busy.
We have the High School Music Junior, and then we also have there's one other event. There's one other event in the high school too.
So the High School Musical, so it's at the high school? Oh, I didn't realize. I
It's
thought it was
confusing. It's High School Musical Junior, put
By
on by the
Milliken.
Milliken
at
at
the high school. Gotcha,
Um,
gotcha, okay.
But I will be there because my son's in it.
On Saturday?
Both days.
Okay.
Congratulations.
I want to try to get the kids there on Saturday, so, thank you.
Principal Wright, thank you so much for being here. I loved hearing about the autism awareness that the elementary schools are participating in. And thank you also for sharing about the middle school. We appreciate it. At this time, we invite the Lincoln Street School PTO members. I believe that there are 2 here today. Welcome. If you can come on up to the table. Principal Wright will give you the microphone just so that people at home can hear you. And if you could just introduce yourselves, we'd love to know who you are and hear about your PTO adventures.
And do you have a presentation?
I do.
Okay, perfect.
I don't need to put it up. I can. Whatever's easiest. I don't want to cause too much of a ripple technologically.
Keith's got you covered.
Yeah.
Technology whisperer. Watch him go.
While we're setting up, I'm Melissa Tugis,
Hi, Melissa.
and this is Jonathan Pryor.
Can you stream into that thing?
So another option is that you could email it to.
You could email it to one of us and I could project for you.
Sure. Yeah. I queued it up in my email.
Perfect. Yeah, just go ahead and forward it and they can get it up there.
Should I forward it to?
I'm happy to do it if you want.
I got it.
Or Keith, whatever you want.
Yeah. Sent. Thank you. This is going swimmingly. Speaker notes. Handy. Just wait.
Pressure's on, Keith. Calm and cool.
Greg, can I ask you a quick question while we wait?
Sure.
You might know the answer. I thought Michelle was presenting tonight. Do we know if any of the typical 8th grade traditions are coming back, like the farewell dance, orientation at the high
I know
school?
there have been many planning sessions around what the end of the year will look like.
Okay,
I don't have any specifics,
okay,
but for all intents and purposes, we are returning to our more normal end of the year event schedule.
okay.
And if there are no COVID restrictions at this point in time, we'll move forward with those as best we can.
Okay.
And Mary Ellen, I'm not sure if you've had any conversations with Principal Carr around end of year events that will be taking place at Milliken.
Not yet, but I would anticipate that we would be returning to the typical. Barring no surge.
Stay tuned.
All right, Melissa and Jonathan, thank you for being here tonight. You can start whenever you're ready.
All right, great. This is Melissa Tugis. I'm Jonathan Pryor. I'm one of the co-chairs, really the second chair. This would be first chair. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to share a little bit about how we fundraise and support our students and parents and teachers at the Lincoln Street School. So this slide, it's good that the writing's so small you probably can't see over here. Melanie Palmer's name is on there. We have the old board because we pirated this slide from the website, but she should be there in perpetuity anyway. Melanie's sort of on the Mount Rushmore of Lincoln Street School PTO, so it's pretty fitting. The goal of the PTO has really changed slightly this year in response to the pandemic, obviously. We pivoted to put more of a focus on community engagement and really just to perform at a level budget. Our predecessors did such an amazing job fundraising in the past that it allowed us to take some of our focus away from that and just putting it more on opportunities for students and families to just come together and really try and build at a community level. Fun Day, which was always an amazing family event that we had in the past and a huge revenue driver, wasn't able to happen this year, and due to restrictions around comfortability and just being early in the year, people getting together. So we decided to go with something a little less formal, and we did Trunk or Treat. Trunk or Treat was the first for us for this year, and it was a real nice opportunity for kids and their families just to get together after a year apart, and it was a lot of fun. Outdoors, kids got an extra crack at some candy outside of their regular trick-or-treating, so it went really well. And in the future, we really felt like this was something that could be expanded across the elementary schools and really try and do, from a community building standpoint, really not operate in silos and do a lot more together. You see the camaraderie a lot of these kids have through town sports, and the school events really seem to operate a little more independently. So we'd like to try and focus on more of that outreach and bringing the community together. Stock the teacher's room. This was, we have a couple educators on the board, and this was something that had been done at our own schools and we felt was really appreciated by us, and we thought it would be as well, and it had been. It also helped us focus on our one-to-one fundraising efforts for the year. Rather than really go on a revenue driving, we would throw out informationally, this is the things we're about to do, and if you would like to donate, please do so. And we found that that one-to-one sort of present and give was a really nice way for people to get engaged in the things that they wanted to be engaged in for fundraising. So stocking the teacher's room, there was drinks and snacks. We were able to get a Keurig machine for them because caffeine. There's really no other reason for that. So it was something we were able to do multiple times throughout the year, and we'd like to just keep doing in perpetuity. It's a nice way to say thank you, and the teachers get a lot of positive feedback on it. The book fair, this is a staple of ours. We do a beginning of the year and then one now that coincides with conferences. We did this, it is a bit of a coffer builder, so we decided why, fix something that's not broken. Very good revenue driver for us, and special thank you to Nicole Green and Deirdre Watkins. A lot of setup and breakdown goes into it, so they put in a tremendous amount of effort. So thank you specifically to them and all the other volunteers that take part. So family fun events. Some of these are events that we've obviously done in the past. Bravehearts games, Railers games, now we have the Woo Sox. But we wanted to do other things where we're just getting people together and supporting businesses in the community and giving people the opportunity to sort of take part in that community engagement. One that we did recently was at the schoolyard. It was a real fun event. It's a great place where kids and adults can get together and play old school games of kickball and wiffle ball, and then they have like life-size foosball and other events like that. We did it as a very marginal fundraiser, just a slight uptick on the general cost of admission. We were able to bring a lot of people together with their families. They had a good time, and again, this is something we'd like to expand to. We were intermingled with the public for that fundraiser. Something we'd like to do district-wise and book it out just for us, even if it is at a level budget thing, just from a community engagement event. And then another idea that we had as parents of these kids, there's a lot of events that are very child-centric, and we decided maybe we should kick back to the babysitters in the community now that we can, and do something a little more adult-centric. And we're going to have a vineyard night for adults only, and then there's a couple local breweries that we would like to support, and if we could do so through a fundraising effort, we thought that would be a nice way for those areas of the community to give back. Enrichment programs. In the past, it's been a big part of what our money goes towards. This year, not as much due to our inability to get kids outside doing things, but this is just a highlight of some of the grade level curriculum aligned programs that we've supported in the past. And again, we're hoping to see a lot more of that in the future. Grants. We have funded, to my knowledge, 100% of the grant requests that we've had this year. And one message that we'd like to sort of push back onto the schools and the teachers is that this is really an underutilized line item that we have in our foundational budget. We allocate a lot more funds to this line item than are being asked on us. So any principals, teachers, anybody that's involved in there. We have a few teachers that really go after it, and we've gone above the norm for them when they've asked again, just because the budget is there. But we'd really like to spread that even across every grade level and every teacher. So please, if there's something that you'd like to do to expand your program for the betterment of the kids, get your grant submission in, because the funds have been allocated. Teacher appreciation, more than just the stockroom. We've had notes of support and kindness from the students written to the teachers, which was a nice gesture. Ullman's ice cream there for the beginning of the day, and then some catered luncheons, I believe at their half-day school events, which is, it's always nice to have. People always respond well to food. Our financial summary. There's generally a working budget of about $16,000. This year, it's going to come in much less than that on a level budget, so that's why we're not so heavy on the revenue driving side. Silent auction was a great driver for revenue this year. Schoolyard was marginal, but again, great time. And book fair and school pictures take up a lot of it. But the miscellaneous fundraising on the one-to-one we've found has been a really positive feedback, where it doesn't seem like constant asking. People can support directly to the programs that they like, and we feel in the future, especially with enrichment programs, if somebody has a soft spot in their heart for STEM or dance or the arts, that they would be more inclined to donate on that one-to-one basis. And keeping families in the loop. We would really be nothing without our volunteers, and we work hard to keep our families in the loop. Tuesday topics go out each week, which are very, very informative and a source of entertainment for us. On Monday night, while we text about what we're going to put into it and what we forgot to put in it. And through that and our Miss Wright's help as well with her weekly emails, she kicks everything back out to the community. We utilize social media as much as possible to keep people as informed as we can be. And that is it. So informationally, I hope I provided you with a good overview of what we've done this year, which is a little different than the past, and how we'd like to move forward. And if you have any questions, Melissa would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Melissa. Any questions or comments for our PTO? Joan?
If I can go through the 4 that I have written
Sure.
down. Okay. The first one that you mentioned, which was the trunk or treat, I thought that was a wonderful idea. Coming out of the pandemic, people have felt so isolated, kids have, and even the parents have. And I think that was a great socialization activity. As you said, it was a school community event, a school community event building, because you probably had kindergarten parents for the first time, and it was a great way, I would think, if I was a parent, is to meet other parents, and because parents are working during the day, they're so busy, and this was just, I think, was wonderful to do. I'd like to, have the other schools even build upon that, and to have a repeat performance. I think that would be wonderful. And as you said, it wasn't a fundraiser, it was just a good time for the community to come together. as a former teacher, I love the idea to stock the teacher's room, and I could see behind the whiteboard is that you had some things that, kept the teachers updated, and the things that are going to be happening. So I thought that was a real good way to have internal communication between you and the faculty. On the enrichment programs, I saw one that was listed, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but one was, and I'd like to know what... Okay, Melissa. This is like Jeopardy. What is the MARC student, I think it was student presentation. The acronym was MARC. Do you know what that was?
That's a bullying presentation that we've had in the past. Can you hear me?
It was an anti-bullying.
It's an anti-bullying presentation that we've had presenters come in the past to work with the students to share information about bullying.
Oh, that's wonderful, because I know that's one of the initiatives, I think, in all the schools and even in the state, is the anti-bullying. So that was very, now, did all the classes go to that, K through 5?
Yes.
They did. Okay, thank you. And the last one was on the grants. My question was, I saw in your financial summary that the grants that you have, the money allotted was $4,000. And is this an ongoing submission? So is it, teachers can apply for this money at any time?
Yes, I believe.
Through May 18th.
Yeah, up through May 18th. At the beginning of the year, if there was obviously like a major influx that were to run the line item out, we would either have to go back to the budget and decide to allocate the funds and put a stop to it. But I really don't see that happening just based on the infrequency of the grants that we're receiving at this point in time. So they have time for this year and in the future. I think as a community, we need to do a better job of trying to push teachers to utilize that resource as best they can, because it's there, and that number is just there, not to say arbitrarily, but it's just based on historic data. There's no reason why that number couldn't be driven up and up if the resource was being utilized. We would have an influx in our revenue driving events to meet those grant requests. So it's sort of where the rubber meets the road on that one, what that number would actually look like in the future.
Is the application a long process, or is it lengthy? It isn't.
It is about as easy as it can possibly get.
I want...
A one-liner in an
Put your
email
name.
would suffice as a submission.
That's good. Because I know that Stephanie just sent to all the school committee members a breakdown of the professional development day, and there were so many rich sessions that the teachers were doing with, and I think when the teachers collaborate and talk with each other, they get so many ideas. So I would hope that, if it's that easy, the teachers would take advantage of it, because we always say teachers spend so much out of their own pocket to pay for things in their classroom. So, and I like that you're even doing repeat performing people that are asking for a second grant, maybe a third. But thank you very much. I think it's very worthwhile in those grants, and everything that you're doing is encompassing from the beginning of your presentation to the end. So thank you, Melissa and Jonathan. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you. I think we do have a few more. Keith?
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and for all your volunteer time. I know it's a lot of work, so certainly on behalf of the school committee and the school community, and as a parent, it's really tremendous work and very impactful in enriching the word you use and supplementing the work that's being done by the school district itself. So thank you very much for that. I'm curious about the miscellaneous funding one-to-one. I'm not sure I understood what this is, but I'm intrigued. So if you could tell us a bit more about what that means.
Sure. So
fundraising. That would be
generally, in the past, they would just have a fundraising event, whatever it may be. Even the book fair is just a general fundraising event. The funds, they don't know where they go exactly.
Okay.
Where what we tried to do, because there's so many of those events and they are very successful, but it can seem overwhelming at times. It's like, hey, it's PTO. They keep asking for money. What's going on here? Where is it going? Where if we were to fund an individual event, say even a grant request came in, here's a grant, we're going to approve it, whatever the dollar amount that was associated with that, in an attempt to replace it in a Tuesday topic, informationally say, hey, we've supplied funds to this teacher for this program, it's going to align with this curriculum item, and perhaps the teachers of that grade level would be inclined to donate directly to offset the costs of that program directly, and not sort of at a 10,000-foot level where they're not quite sure where exactly those funds are going. And we found it to be fairly successful in those micro environments micro environments where you can just be like, oh, let's offset the funds for this, throw it out there and see what we get back. And it's been rather successful. So we're hoping moving forward to do less overarching asks for money and really explain where it's going, and have the people that have an emotional tie to that program or that grade level to support it.
Okay, I'm following you now. When you said it, it clicked for me when you started to explain it. The other thing, what I was thinking it was at first, which as a parent I can tell you sometimes we like as well, is before we used to do like magazines and stuff at Milliken, but then I don't know if it was when my kids it was a few years ago, it was before the pandemic, but instead they were like, you can do magazines or you can just make a donation. Just like another option too.
Yeah.
If you don't feel like going door to door and doing, ending up with the popcorn, or, I mean, and what's nice too is you can do it's probably a good fit for certain families, right? Because then 100%, right? Instead of having a product in the middle or something else, you can just say, okay, this is going to go direct, 100% to the programs with no other third party getting a cut of it or anything like that. So it sounds like you're building some nice tools in your fundraising arsenal. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Yes.
So thank you on behalf of the district. I'm very appreciative of the support that you've given to our district. I think what I heard, which resonated with me, was providing students with experiences. I think that's outstanding. I think the more experiences our students can have, the more enriching opportunities they have, the better off we are as a community. The second was the building community. I think just providing those experiences, the wine tasting, and that was intriguing, so I'd like to learn more about that. But just building a sense of community with the Lincoln Street families is outstanding. And then supporting our educators. I know it's greatly appreciated. I agree, food goes a long way. A few of us were at Lincoln last Thursday, and the luncheon had been set up, and it was very impressive, and teachers were commenting as we were kind of roaming the hall. So thank you, and please extend my thanks to the other folks who support this work as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan and Melissa. We really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Of course.
How did Keith do? Very good co-pilot.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
His mind reading capability of they had a little signal going on.
So next we're going to move on to our third item of new business. So we have a presentation tonight from our coordinator of social and emotional learning, Dr. Jennifer Lipton O'Connor, who is relatively new to our district. So we invite her up here to tell us a little bit more about the work that's going on in our district. Thank you so much, Dr. Lipton O'Connor, for being here tonight.
Everybody.
Hi.
Thank you. All right, I think I can do this without Keith. Let's see.
So can I just share a few comments?
Sure.
So you are absolutely right. This is a relatively new position, and Dr. Lipton O'Connor is shared across other partner districts, the region and Southborough. It's hard to believe that she began her work this summer. She's been very impactful, and I can't think of a better time or more important time to have or need a coordinator of social emotional learning. And she's worked very closely with Dr. Reinhorn and the teaching and learning team, and has made a difference in the short time she's here. So I'm excited, we are excited to have her share some of the work and some of the thinking that we're doing, and what you can expect in the future.
Thank you.
Is this good? You can hear me? Okay. Okay, so thanks for the time, and I want to thank Superintendent Martineau for giving me this opportunity to share the work that we've been doing this year. So even though I'm new to this role, this work has been ongoing before I started here. So when we talk about social emotional learning, even though it's something we all have experience with, it's always good to start with a shared definition. So we are using the CASEL frameworks, which some of you might be familiar with. The CASEL here stands for the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. And I want to be really clear that it's not the same CASEL as our special education program. I know we've had some confusion. One is spelled the normal way. That's our special education program. And then the CASEL model is CASEL. So today when I say CASEL, I'll be referring to the CASEL model. So the CASEL is a collaborative that's a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization whose mission is really to help public schools create and implement evidence-based social emotional learning programs. So that's really what they do to help districts find and create the right programs for them. So this is the CASEL definition of social emotional learning. So this is the definition that we're starting with. So as you can read, we consider social emotional learning an important process that we all experience through our lives, and it helps us acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, and achieve personal and collective goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. It's kind of a big definition. And as Superintendent Martineau said, we definitely feel like this is something that has always been a priority for us as educators. But I think now, over these last few years, it's definitely something that we're all thinking about and talking about. So I just want to give you a little more information about the CASEL model, because these are some of the images and some of the language that we're starting to use more consistently across the schools. So the CASEL model has these 5 core competencies. So I'm not sure if any of you have seen these images before, but the 5 areas are self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And you can think about these from a developmental perspective, right? We think about our 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds, our youngest learners, up to our high school students and 22-year-olds, right? So we can think about each of these competencies and how it looks developmentally. And you can see by this figure that we think about social emotional learning within our classrooms, but then we also expand that to our school communities, our family partnerships, and then our partnerships with our community agencies as well. So it really is not just within the classroom, it's really a broader context. And I think, again, the pandemic has made us realize that schools are really an important part of sort of the whole community and the support of our families and students. So as we all know, SEL is a priority for our district and in all of our school improvement plans. We've talked a lot in these meetings about the portrait of a graduate. Last meeting, I think was when you discussed the equity audit, and we talk a lot about how thinking about equity and social emotional learning are really so inextricably linked together. It's really hard to talk about one and not talk about the other. And the CASEL model and framework really uses social emotional learning as a vehicle to help create equity in schools. So again, when we think about some of our school improvement plans and goals, when we think about healthy and balanced learners, we have several action steps that I'll talk a little bit more about today. Okay, so I want to acknowledge that all of our adults really care about social emotional learning and think about it, but we do have staff in each building who are really dedicated to this topic. So I just wanted to remind everybody about the talented school staff we have. So all educators really are part of social emotional learning, but we also have school counselors, school adjustment counselors, and guidance counselors. We have our school psychologists, behavior specialists, and district-wide BCBAs. Our nurses, of course, when they're not dealing with COVID, are also really important in our social emotional well-being in our schools. And I think really all members of our community, our coaches, our ESPs, down to the office staff, support staff, cafeteria staff, custodians. It's amazing how many connections and important relationships students have with all of the adults that work in all of our buildings. So I just really want to make sure that we value all community members. So some of the work this year has been continuing to develop that shared language and deepening our understanding of social emotional learning. I think even though it is something we all think about and have experience with, it's important to still have a shared definition and a shared understanding and goals around our work. We've done a lot of work around professional development opportunities and working with each of the schools and determining what they're already doing in each building that's working and possibly any areas of need or gaps that they might have. We've also started to look more at our data collection methods. I know that the last few meetings we've had some of the other coordinators present, our ELA coordinator, math coordinators have presented, and that's as a district, we really want to look a lot more at data and data-driven practices, and we are also doing this in the SEL world. So I want to talk about what that looks like. Some of you may have recently gotten notifications from your principals about this new initiative. So one of the projects that we've been working on this year is implementing a universal SEL screener. So a lot of you are familiar with screeners for things like literacy and math. And the idea is that SEL is something that is very important to our students. And it's also something that can be a little bit hard to quantify and have objective data around. So one of the projects we've been working on is implementing an SEL screener for our students. So we're literally in the process of doing this as we speak. Teachers are literally entering the data right now. So we've identified a screening tool that we think is going to give us good data, and we are systematically implementing this new data collection tool. So the idea is a couple of things. First of all, it's just going to give us a starting point of some baseline data, because I think we all have a lot of assumptions about where our students are in terms of their social emotional learning, given the pandemic, given what they've experienced, but it's hard when we don't actually have concrete data to start with. So it'll first just give us a baseline starting point. It's also potentially going to help us identify students who may need additional support, whatever that support might look like. It could potentially help us identify some students. And then what I'm most excited about is getting areas of need. So the screener will allow us to look at areas of need, buckets of need, so we can determine are our kindergartners needing support in this area? Are our fifth graders who are about to go to Millikan, do they need some support in this area to help them get ready? So we're excited to be able to look at patterns of data for class-wide patterns, grade-wide, school-wide, et cetera. And that can really help drive some of the work moving forward so that we can continue to support our students. So we also have a lot of other pieces of data. We've done the Metro West health survey. We've done something called the SBIRT, which is the substance use screener. We did that on our 7th graders this year. We have our equity audit that we've been discussing recently. So we have a lot of sources of data. So it's really exciting to be able to use all these sources of data to really make the best decisions for our students and our communities. So, as I've said, this work has been going on before I started. Some of the other areas that we're continuing to work on include things like, meeting the needs of our students wherever they are, right? We know the last few years have created challenges for many of our students and families, and we really want to meet those students where they are. We know that many students are struggling with things like high levels of anxiety, social isolation. We've been seeing more school avoidance than in prior years. So we're continuing to work with those students and families to support those needs. And like we were talking about the bullying program, we're also working to bring back some of our other programs that were put on hold during the pandemic. And some of those focus on things like equity and inclusion and other anti-bullying programs. One of them is Understanding Our Differences, that some of you might remember, and also Kids on the Block is another one that we're working on bringing back to the elementary schools this spring. As I've said, we also had quite a few professional development initiatives in March and in November. Lincoln Street has really been leading the way in their mindfulness work. We've had several presentations on executive functioning. We had another training on mental health first aid and several others. Actually, one of our keynote speakers was Dr. Chris Willard, who gave a mindfulness after the pandemic presentation that was very well received as well. And then just continuing to collaborate with our community partners and agencies, because as I've said, I think we all realize that creating those connections are really important with our communities and families. So our final thoughts, I know that one of the themes that Superintendent Martineau had for this year was connections. I think that that's really important to think about, and I like to talk a lot about resiliency as well. And, you know, focusing on our students' strengths and building off those strengths instead of always focusing on areas of deficit. I think that's a really important outcome from this pandemic that a lot of us have, are really, you know, focusing on positives, building on strengths, and really encouraging coping skills and problem solving with our students. So I just want to thank you all for your time tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to share this work, and I want to thank Superintendent Martineau and Assistant Superintendent Reinhorn for their leadership and support. So, take any questions?
Thank you so much. Erin.
Thank you for presenting. So I had a few questions about the Sabres screener. Is that K through 12 that they're?
Yes. Yes.
And were the teachers in service on performing this screener,
Yes.
or how are they received some training on how to
Yeah,
go
so,
through it with each
right.
student?
So teachers, depending on the school, some teachers it was through a staff meeting, some teachers it was through one of their PLCs or teacher leader meetings. So they were trained on it, given a spreadsheet of how to fill it out. It's pretty simple for the teachers to do.
Okay. And then I guess my other question is, as a district, are we ready for the outcome of this? Like, do we have the support? Do we have the staff? You know, I know the email said that, you know, kids that are identified, parents will be notified and support will be given. Is that in school and in the district, or you're going to help
Good
parents
question,
find people outside
Yeah.
of school? I just worry that we're not ready for these results.
Good. Those are good questions, and we've definitely had a lot of those discussions. And I think we are ready for the results, and I think we need to know what the data shows, right?
Sure.
We need to have a starting point. I think we do have a lot of support staff within our schools. It might be looking at how we use those staff. What are the individual needs of students, right? And I think one of the issues that's coming from this is being able to find areas of large need, and it's less than about servicing individual students as it is servicing like a grade. So say like a grade level is struggling with social interactions. That's something where we can work with that grade level, work with the teacher, the school psychologist, behavior specialists, and think about lessons as opposed to we need to work with each individual student.
Okay.
So those are some of the, we call them like our tier 1 and 2 interventions, right? So we can do some interventions that will touch all students who might need it.
Okay, so the conversation with parents, if there are students identified, will that also be helping them if
It
they
could.
need outside?
Yeah, so I think it really is going to be very student specific.
Okay.
So the data's starting to come in, right? So many students who are sort of flagged on this screener are students that are already being followed more closely. They might be on an IEP, they might be a student on a 504, they might be a student who's already getting some services. So that's good that that the screener is able to catch students who we already know might need additional support. It's those students, I think what you're asking, who might not already be identified as needing help, and that's really an individual student-specific decision. So that's where the school-based team will look at the data, look at the individual student. This is one piece of data, right? So we don't want to make decisions based on one piece of data. We want to really look at the whole student, the whole child, what's going on with the student, what's going on with the family situation. And that's where it might be we offer support within the school day. It might be we refer out, it might be, something else. So it really is going to depend on the individual student, what the data looks like. But, again, the screener is one piece of data. And I think it can be really important, but it's a new initiative, it's a new program. So we don't yet know what's going to come of it. So I think some of it we will see when we analyze the data. I agree with you. Once you take that data, I do feel an ownership of it to act on it.
Right.
But I think we have to see what the data looks like. And the data that's been coming in, we are able to kind of put it into buckets of, here's some kids, maybe it is a phone call home, maybe it is having more conversations about the support that student might need. But then are there other levels of support that we might be able to provide? So the high schools actually did theirs first, so their data is coming in, and we've already started to look at it, and it really has allowed us to make some plans for some programs to put in place. So I'm hopeful for the K-8 that we'll get that kind of data as well.
And then I just have one last question. You talked about executive functioning training. Was that for the students or the staff?
The staff.
The staff, okay. Thank you.
Can I add one more thing about the data? Because I
Yep.
feel like when we talk about it in the abstract, it's almost hard to picture sometimes. And in some ways, if you think about like a vision screening, like you wouldn't prescribe glasses based on the screener, right? Like the nurses might do the screener and someone might get flagged. And then there's next steps to learn more. And you might go get a full eye exam and you might, find out like there's nothing. Like, right? Or you might find out, oh, we need to learn more and we need more data points. So I think we have to remember that aspect of it, that it's like it is truly a screener to give us indications of the need to look deeper. And the other thing that I found really helpful as we've been looking at this is when I actually looked at the indicators or the components that are being rated, it reminds me of when you take your child to the pediatrician and there's that checklist and you do the always sometimes. It's very much like that. And they're behavioral. So teachers are just being asked to say, do you see a child, you'll be able to think of an example.
Argumentative is the one I always think of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see a child arguing with their peers? Sometimes, frequently, and so they are things you either see it or you don't. That doesn't mean it maybe doesn't happen at another time of day or at home, but it's what that teacher is seeing and observing. So I just wanted to give a couple examples to bring it.
No, that's great.
nail it
Thank
down
you.
a little bit.
And I'll just add a little bit around, do we have the people to support the need?
Yeah.
So if you look at the past 5 years in terms of our operational budget as a school community, we have added additional school psychologist support, behavioral support. We're very fortunate to have school nurses in all of our buildings. And when you look at each school, I think we are very well staffed for our school size in terms of the resources we have. And also, to Dr. Lipton's point, it is a shared responsibility between educators, our bus drivers, our families, to make sure our students' SEL needs are being met. So in terms of what else do we need, I think we hear that question a lot being asked right now. And right now, for us, it's really around not what we need, how are we using the resources we have to meet the needs of our students.
Kelly?
Along the lines, the same thing with the Sabres. Do you know, are other districts around using this, or have you had experience with other districts using other things?
I've talked to a few districts, and Cambridge is one of the districts that had been using it. We had looked at several different tools, and we narrowed it down to the Sabres and one other. And a big reason that we ended up picking the Sabres was because it's actually openly available, so it's free. And that was very Obviously, Becky really liked that. But aside from that, it allowed us to own our data and really have our own data. Many of the SEL tools, it's a third-party platform, so you don't really have the ability to actually go in and play with your own data. So we felt like because this was something new, to kind of own our data and be able to look at the data more carefully was important. Moving forward, I don't know if this is going to be the tool we're going to be using, forever. I think it is a really good starting point, and it gives us enough information to make decisions, but it's not too cumbersome that teachers are being asked to do something that's going to take a really long time per student. Because it only takes a couple of minutes per student for a teacher to fill out.
Yeah,
There's also a parent version and a student version of the same form that, moving forward, we're going to look into whether those might be beneficial as well. So I think those two reasons are part of why we picked the Sabers. It also, if you looked at it,
Yeah, I'm looking at
it's
it.
very, the categories are things that teachers report are meaningful to them, right? Things that are seen in the classroom that are behaviors that matter to them as teachers. And as Stephanie said, they're things that are observable. So we're asking teachers to just rate students on behaviors they see in front of them, not how they, any assumptions about how they think the child is feeling or, what they're thinking.
Yeah.
So it's really based on observable behaviors.
Yeah, I know. We're looking at it, I'm like, as a preschooler, I'm like, yep, easy
Yeah.
check off things.
Yeah.
Do they have a digital? Are they doing it digital, or are they doing it by hand?
No,
paper?
we have a,
like a Google form of
yeah,
this
it's
type
a
thing, so it
Google
will
spreadsheet.
automatically generate it
Yep.
and do. That's
yeah,
great.
yeah.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, oh no, do they have to like?
No paper. We know we're not allowed to use paper, right, Becky?
Good.
Yeah, Keith, no paper. All digital.
Any other questions, Kelly?
No, I'm good for now. Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome. Keith, did you have a question?
Some comments.
Of course.
All right. Thank you. It's great information. I don't think we've seen anything like this. This is definitely new territory. This won't surprise Greg, but I'm a big fan of, I put this in the soft skills, which makes it sound unimportant. They're critical for just general success, no matter kind of what you do after school. And having been a speech pathologist for 12 years in a prior career, traditionally I think the issues with SEL and general education, so special education has long been obviously working in this realm, but the problems that I saw, the challenges were usually around measuring it, which I see is accounted for here in what the work that you're doing. Kind of quantifying, measuring, having some structure around it, because it can be a bit abstract, a bit elusive, a bit nuanced. So to me, what I find noteworthy is there's a lot around this. If you can't just give the screener, right, which is not what you've done, you have to frame it, you have to have professional development, you have to have things that complement it. So I find it very encouraging work. I think it's very meaningful. I think it's often overlooked. It's always about academics and MCAS, but it turns out, and as a parent too, with an 8th and a 9th grader, my wife's also a teacher. She's worked at some really high-performing districts that were very in tune with SEL here in Massachusetts, and others that were not. And the happiness of those students, their attitudes, there's a big difference based on like the culture of a school or a district with respect to SEL and kind of taking it seriously and giving it the attention it deserves. So I think this is really a great starting place for this work. I'm sure it's not the beginning, but as far as, the new undertaking, if you will, I think it's excellent. And there's a shift happening, in my opinion, in the workplace. I work in healthcare technology now, and I've been trying to explain it to like my sister, who also has kids the same age, and my sister-in-law, trying to tell them, and like something's different now. And one thing that's different is that people don't work in their content area as much as they used to. So people are crossing barriers a lot. And that's partly because content is readily available, right? You can find stuff if you want to learn it. You can go online, you can take classes, and things are very fluid. But the theme that I'm seeing is that people who are finding success in that new workplace, I would say of the 21st century, they have good people skills, soft skills, analytics, synthesis. It's like all these things, working as teams, collaborating, reading the room, all those things are really important. So I just want to put those comments out there. I think it's really important work. It can sound kind of squishy to people, and if you're not used to this, if it could sound like something that is, why bother, or why does it matter? So I just want to say it does matter. It might be a new idea to some people, but it is huge. And then you add the pandemic. I think that was already the trend, and then you add a pandemic on top of it, and it makes it even that much more important. And then the last thing is about the resources that Erin was asking about and Greg spoke about. This is like a bit of like an ounce of prevention type saying, because you don't want to wait until these things get to crises and then you have to address them anyway, and then it's costly and takes a lot of resources. These are things you want to get ahead of and handle with broad strokes, from a systemic standpoint if possible, which is exactly what you're describing. While also, of course, tracking individuals, what they need. But I don't think that's where the room for growth is more in the system, in my opinion. And you said this yourself. We were already keeping track of individuals who specifically clearly had need. This is not, where the most impact is being seen. But the impact is more about all those conversations around it, the professional development, the measurement, the framework, the prevention. Because I think there's a lot of students I think all students benefit from this, just to kind of clarify that last part. Even if you're functioning totally fine, right, and you're not identified, I think you learn something by even just like maturing a bit more by going through, by getting exposed to these ideas as a student. So just wanted to comment all those things. That's all.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Joan.
Dr. Lipton O'Connor, I'd like to welcome you to the district. I think that you're a wonderful addition to the administrative team that we have, so I hope that you've enjoyed your first year here so far. And I know that in seeing and preparing for your presentation tonight, at the September combined meeting that we have with the school committees, as part of introducing Greg he was introducing his evaluation tool for us that we'll be completing in the next 2 months, is that Greg provided a framework of the hierarchy of everybody, and he also, and I'm sure this is not new to you, it was a job description, not just a job description, but it was the general description of your job, qualifications, essential job duties, which were 16, and also the work environment and physical requirements. So I thought, okay, if you're coming tonight, I'm going to look at these job duties and, familiar with myself with it. And I think that everything that you did tonight, out of the 16 essential job duties, the first bullet is the one that you really hit upon and did such a great job. And that was collaborates with the district and school leaders, counselors, educators, parents, community partners, and students to coordinate and allocate resources to meet the social and emotional needs of students and to build a positive school climate. And just tagging on to what Keith said, this is such an important topic. It is a hot topic, I think, all across not just America, the world, because we're all concerned about the students, and we will not know some of the lasting effects on these kids from the pandemic. We have never gone through some of this. I think all of us sitting here, we can always come back to an elementary experience, but we never had an uncertainty. Are we in school? Are we out of school? And what is happening? And we want to see our teachers. We want to see our friends. We want to educate, and we want to learn. And so I think that what you have done here is just absolutely wonderful. I did have a question on, you said one of the things, and I'm not sure, I don't want to put you on the spot, but one of the essential job duties was to lead the review of SEL programs pre-K through 12. So this is part of that SABRE program that you're talking about that you had in the CASTLE program, correct? When you're looking at the SEL programs,
So
pre-K.
I think that is more curricula So SEL programs, things like there's a social thinking. I think that's what you're referring to in there, Joan.
Okay.
So this would allow the data that we're talking about today would allow us to identify areas of need, but then separate from that, we want to look at program and curricula that might exist for our school. We've found there aren't really good pre-K to 12th grade curriculum out there. There's quite a few for K to 5. But it's really important to us that we have that vertical alignment, that we use the same language across the grades. So part of the work now is looking at the different programs that exist and trying to work with the school teams to figure out which ones do we already have that we like, that are benefiting students, and then are there other ones that we want to look at in the future.
Okay, and then another essential job duty was to forge partnerships with community stakeholders. So I think you hit upon that, how you're reaching out to other community stakeholders. And it also said to develop and monitor short and long-term budgets to support the goals of the pre-K-12 SEL program and district strategic plan. So I know budget is a big concern of all of us and the taxpayers, the community members, and I would just like to see that. I think that there are some good programs and personnel that we have that are supported through the budget that we'll be taking to the town meeting at the end of April. So I'm sure that I look forward to next year working and seeing some of the initiatives that you have onto the budget. And one last one that I really liked was that you partner with the Director of Student Support Services. I think that that's a good collaboration along with guidance counselors, adjustment counselors, and school psychologists. We all have to work together. All of you have, not me. All of you have to work together because it's only for the betterment of the student and for the families too. Quick questions that I just have. When you were talking about the screening, okay, my question is any of this data that you get, is it anonymous or do the parents, I'm sure they have to put their names onto it, and if you do to students, is students given any kind of survey? I mean, at pre-K, sometimes they have, with smiley face, sad face, how are you feeling? Are you stressed out?
So right now, we're just asking teachers to rate students in their classrooms. So it's a questionnaire, literally, they don't do it while the student's in front of them. So it's based on their knowledge of their students.
Okay.
So when they rate things like, is the student cooperative with peers? Are they argumentative? Those are some of the things they rate the student on, and it's a Likert scale, never, sometimes, often, almost always. So for our K to 5 teachers, we're asking the classroom teachers to rate their set of students. And then at the middle school, we're doing it a little bit differently. I think it's the core teachers are rating a subset of their students. So it's not something that it's not that a teacher asks a student to do something and that's what the screening is. It's not a performance-based task. It's a rating scale that the teacher does based on their knowledge of the student.
Okay.
So teachers have to have known the student for at least a month. Obviously, at this point in the year, teachers know their students pretty well. In the future, there is, as I mentioned before, there is a student version that is appropriate for grades, I think, 3 and up. And there's a parent version, which is almost identical to the teacher version. So this year, we thought it made sense to start with the teachers. But moving forward, we might look at whether it makes sense to have students rate themselves, to have potentially parents rate students. We were talking about it for some of our incoming kindergarten students, to ask parents to look at this as potentially a tool for the incoming kindergarten students, because we don't know them yet, and so getting more information from the families could be potentially important data as well.
How is this communicated to the parents? If the teacher is doing this, are the parents able, if they wish, to come in and talk with the teacher and see what the rating is? Because sometimes the way the kids are in school is not the way that they're at home, and at home they're not in school.
Exactly. So part of it, principals communicated to families that this screening was being done, and in that communication was a link to the actual screening tool. So parents were able to click it and see exactly what it looked like. Parents were also given an option to opt out if they wanted to opt their child out. So we did have some parents partake in that. Parents are able to ask for the information, so they can ask for the results of the screening. Right now, because this is new, we're not really sure what's going to come of the screenings, right? This is a new initiative, so we're not going to be sharing out every student's screening results with parents, just like we don't share out every DIBELS rating. We don't share out every math assessment with parents. As we talked about earlier, if there's something concerning that comes out of it, just like any other piece of information, we would pick up the phone, right, and call a parent. And I also want to say, too, by this time in the school year, those conversations are already happening or have happened, right? If there's concerns with students, by now we've already had those conversations, right, between the teachers and family members. And I think, as Keith was saying, to me, this is a lot. I think we do really do a good job at identifying individual students who might need more support. And this is really a great way of helping us identify those larger areas of need, like for each grade or building.
So, but if a parent wanted to know what the results of the survey were, they could contact the teacher and have a meeting with the teacher. So that's a line of communication that is open to the parents. Could you explain a little bit about the Metro West survey that you said was given to 7th graders?
Was it just 7th graders?
You said SBIRT is 7th.
Oh, the 7th. Oh, yeah, SBIRT. Is that what you meant?
No, the Metro West survey.
So
they're two different things.
Okay, they are. Okay.
Yeah. The SBIRT stands for Screening, Brief Intervention, and Referral to Treatment, SBIRT. And that's a state initiative where they require public schools to screen one middle school grade and one high school grade for substance use. So that notification was sent out to parents this winter. We had done it at the high school right before the pandemic. We had not done the middle school, right, Mary Ellen, before the pandemic, and then everything stopped, right, for the last 2 years, and this is the first year the state has asked us to do this screening again. So this year we did it on our 7th graders here at Milliken.
Well, I'm glad to see also another collaboration that just happened that I know. You just asked the question, but I know there's more behind it. So thank you, Mary Ellen Duggan, for everything that you're doing, and Jennifer working with her. I guess the last one is, I really love the area of focus where you say you're going to revisit programs focusing on equity, inclusion, and anti-bullying. So I think that's really, and this is the second time we've heard it in a presentation about the anti-bullying. I'd like to thank you very much for all your good work excellent work you've done so far, and look forward to more of it. And Greg, I just have a question through you. Could we get a copy of the slides?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for the time.
And Dr. Lipton O'Connor, I just sort of wanted to wrap up a little bit. I wanted to thank you so much for being here. As you can probably tell, this is a very important topic, and I think probably one of the more important conversations we've had this school year. You turn on the news, read a news article, and it's all about our students' well-being, their mental health, anxiety, depression, peer relations. So this work is critical. You ask any teacher, and they're burnt out this year, not last year or the year before, but this year. And I think it's because our students are struggling socially and emotionally. So to hear that, the district is taking steps to try to identify students who really have needs is really empowering. And I think one message maybe for our school committee members, what I sort of heard from quite a few people is, I think we need to keep this sort of on the forefront of our minds, especially come the fall when we really do talk about our budget goals, and maybe just sort of ensuring that conversations between your department and the rest of the administration continue to happen. That way, once you get the data from the survey tool, if there are any outlying needs that need immediate attention or maybe sustained attention in the future, we can get those supports for our students, because this is very important. So I thank you so much for all your work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all for the support.
Of course.
Excellent point, Lauren. about, you know,
Yeah.
forward thinking for the budget.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just getting this one passed, but we need to worry about the next year. Thank you very much
Yeah.
for putting that on the forefront.
And I just want to thank Jennifer. We are really fortunate to have her in this role. And she is, as you can tell, thorough and really owns the work and is passionate about the work. And as a member of the teaching and learning team, as you were talking, Lauren, I was thinking, you know, we meet every other Friday. And Jennifer keeps us all really connected to this work and informed so that we are weaving it together with our disciplinary work and across all areas. And Ellen is part of that team. And so we're really fortunate to have Jennifer in this role. And thank you for all that you're doing. And I should say, the principals, the teachers, all the people that we work with Jennifer's leadership.
Thank you so much for being here.
Can I just add to that? So I think last month we heard from Megan Kelty, Kathy Lazat, Dr. Coakley. This month we're hearing from Dr. Hilton O'Connor. We hear monthly from Mary Ellen. We have Julie Doyle. We have Marie Allen. We have Rhoda Webb. So we have a really all-star. We have Dr. Reinhardt. We have an all-star teaching and learning team who work collaboratively, because one of the important components of our work is making sure we're working not in silos, but we're working in concert, because we have a lot of things happening in our district. And it's great to see and observe, and it's a very high-functioning, high-performing team. And I'm excited about looking at the future and the work that they're going to help us before.
Excellent.
Thank you. So next we're going to move on to our legislative update, and Superintendent Martineau has an update for us.
Sure. So a week ago, yesterday, the Northborough Select Board welcomed its legislative delegation. So we had Representative Kilcoyne, Representative Gregoire, Senator Chandler, and Senator Eldridge. And it was an opportunity for the Select Board, but also for me as a superintendent on behalf of the school committee to communicate the legislative priorities. So the priorities that we really advocated for were first for increasing the Chapter 70 funding, the minimum local state aid from $30 to $100. Also funding the state aid at the inflation rate. So obviously inflation has impacted that current funding formula. The inflation rate was 4.9%, and there's been advocacy using a greater number of 5.9%. Also making sure that circuit breaker or special education reimbursement amount was fully funded at the state level. At the regional level, regional transportation reimbursement was also an area of advocacy. And probably most importantly, recently Congress announced that it was no longer funding universal free meals for schools at the federal level. We have some hope that that might be back on the table. However, there has been local and state legislation across the Commonwealth to have universal free school meals for next year. And through Keith's work and work with Kyle and Diane, we've been trying to advocate on that on our behalf so that kids in that program continues next year. Without that program, potentially the school committee will have to consider raising the cost of meals. Keith, Becky, and the financial team are working on the potential impacts, and we'll be presenting next month if these bills and this does not go through at the state level.
What's the timeline to figure out whether those bills will pass?
Hopefully the state budget will be finalized in May or June, but it could be July. So
Okay.
I think most likely we'll have a presentation in place just in case, and then be hopeful about these bills moving forward and being passed.
Okay. Kelly?
Did they seem receptive to them?
Yes,
Were they,
I mean, I think
did they seem
they
like
have
really?
heard across their communities that this is a priority. So this was not new news, and they see the importance of this as well.
I know there was a thing about the food, and I shared it on Facebook about there was like
A petition.
a petition to,
Right.
you know, to push in for the.
And on behalf of the
luncheons
school
and-
committee, I actually also signed,
Thank you for doing that.
yes, Keith sent me something to sign on behalf of the school committee, so thank you.
Thank you for doing that, Lauren.
Of course. So that brings us to our school choice discussion. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Martineau to lead that discussion tonight.
So this evening I have the annual overview of school choice and my recommendation for whether the school committee or school district should opt out of school choice. So I'll provide an overview. So school choice has been in place since 1991, and it really is an opportunity, a mechanism for families across the Commonwealth to have choice of where kids can enroll in school. And under the Ed Reform of 1993, it is presumed that all districts across the Commonwealth will participate in school choice unless they vote to opt out, and that vote needs to take place by June 1st. So school choice, a little bit about the funding mechanism. So for students we accept under the school choice, we receive $5,000 per student. The per pupil expenditure in Northborough is a little under $20,000, so it's $19,241.97. So there is a significant discrepancy in the funding that we receive for each school choice student compared to the actual cost of educating a student in Northborough. So school choice, what allows school committees to determine the grade level, if there is low enrollment in a specific class. The school committee can decide to open up school choice for that particular grade level. And again, it is by lottery, so our non-discrimination policies are in place. Basically, if a parent applies for school choice, it is, if there are no seats, a child is accepted into the program. If there are more students than seats, then it's just random lottery and where students are picked. In terms of advantages, I think that it is, for many districts across the Commonwealth, an opportunity to create revenue when they see declining enrollment. It allows for school districts to, again, kind of moderate enrollment if there are declining enrollment. And it also is an opportunity for year-to-year decisions to opt out of school choice. However, if we do accept a school choice student, that student has a seat in our district through 8th grade. So if we opt in and a K student enrolls, that student has the right to be in our district through grade. Disadvantages, I think the FY 2020 per pupil expenditure and the reimbursement amount we receive for school choice is significantly different. Acceptance is by lottery, so if a student enrolls and has significant needs, we are responsible. Once a student is accepted, the student remains in our district through grade 8. And again, there is always the potential that we could enroll a student through school choice who has needs, whether it's social emotional needs, special education needs, and we have educational responsibility to provide those services through that student's career. So my recommendation is no different than it has been the past 2 years, and my recommendation based on the disadvantages is for the public schools of Northborough to opt out of school choice. And the other factor that we look at is enrollment and class sizes. We just heard from Dr. Lipton O'Connor around meeting the needs of all students. I think this really speaks to a time where I think it's important to have low class sizes so that we can pay as much attention to our students as possible as we move out of the pandemic. So at this point in time, I'd be happy to answer any questions. That is the annual school choice presentation.
Joan and then Keith.
One question I have, Greg, if you can keep up that slide, the advantages and disadvantages. So once, say for example, if any year we accept school choice, and then the following year we decide not to do it, we have an influx of students. But because of the previous year, we allowed some students to come in. We then will have those students through grade 8, even though all subsequent years we would not have school choice.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Because it's like an advantage and a disadvantage that goes together there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Keith?
What happens if you enroll a student that you can't meet the needs of? Is the district then responsible for the outplacement, or?
So if the student requires special education services, there is a higher reimbursement rate. It's $7,500 for a student who's who needs more services. If the student requires an out-of-district placement, then that actually, part of the funding mechanism actually goes back to the sending district. So it's not as if it was an out-of-district placement, we would be responsible for funding that. It's actually the sending district.
Okay. And the 5,000 comes from the district of origin, or is it from the state?
It goes, it's from the state, but it is a charge from the district sending district to the state, and then we get the reimbursement from the state.
The state mediates the funding model.
Correct.
And then it would go both ways. So say a student decided to leave our district and go to another district that had school choice, then we would be charged the $5,000.
Correct.
And does that currently happen with any
So we
students?
are charged correct, we lose the per
Mhm.
pupil reimbursement amount that we receive from the state, and the receiving district receives the $5,000. And we do have students who opt to attend school in other districts for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
Becky keeps that data.
Okay. Hypothetically speaking, if, say, our district and the regional district opted yes to have school choice, would then an 8th grader automatically be enrolled in 9th grade, or would they have to go through another process?
No, so school choice would need to be available at Algonquin Regional High School. So
Mhm.
it has opted out of school choice
Mhm.
for, as far as I can remember. If it opted in, if it didn't opt out,
Right.
then we would need to have the right seats. So at the end of 8th grade, potentially the student would need to go back to the sending district.
Okay.
Unless there was a space or an option to attend Algonquin.
They'd probably have to do the same lottery type
It
entrance.
would be lottery.
It's not a guarantee.
Erin?
Have we ever allowed school choice?
Not in my, not
Okay.
with my understanding.
Okay.
Not since 1993. I'm not sure about 1991 or 1992.
No, I came aboard in 1993, and we have never had school choice, either at K-8 Northborough or at the region.
Do you see a particular milestone or event or financial situation where you would envision this could be a good choice for our district?
I think in terms of a financial position, I think the district has been in a sound financial position for many years. I think the town is well managed. I think if we found ourselves in a very difficult position where we were having to cut staff and reduce budgets year after year, it would be something that I think the committee would want to consider in order to kind of generate some revenue. But we have not reached that point. The districts that, for the most part, who have participated in school choice are districts who are finding challenging economic conditions within their community, and it's been a way to generate revenue to support their operation. And the challenge that they will communicate is once you opt in or you accept school choice students and you rely on that revenue, it's hard to not receive that revenue as your part of the operational budget.
Okay, thank you. Kelly?
So school choice is something that 4 or 5 years ago, I was very interested about and researching a lot to bring in to the district because I was reading, the benefits of it. I'm from Western Mass, and I was just talking this past weekend with my sister-in-law about it, and they have school choice in Western Mass. But again, it's a different type of, the more I've learned about it, it's a different type of community and economical school budget and situations that it really benefits. And there are towns that benefit greatly from it. But it does seem like our town would take a hit from it just by the reimbursement levels alone.
Right.
You know.
Makes sense. Thank you, Greg, for that presentation. So it sounds like we need to have our vote by June 1st. That is our June meeting, June 1st. So I'd probably recommend that we would have it at our May meeting. That would make sense. And public hearing would be prior to the vote, correct? Okay. So that brings us to the approval of grants and donations. So we do have a donation here. So Capobianco Law continues with their donation to the Northborough Schools Lunch Program and has donated an additional $1,000 to our Schools Lunch Program, which we were just talking about, which is wonderful. Anything else to add, Greg, before we take a vote?
We're very appreciative of the donation. And,
Yes.
it seems like every month they're listed as a donator, so we are very appreciative, and it's well needed. So we just want to publicly thank Bianco Law for their continued generosity.
Absolutely. Yes, Joan.
I would like to make a motion that we accept with generous gratitude the donation of $1,000 to the Northborough Schools Lunch Program from Capobianco Law, PC.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Excellent. It's approved unanimously. Thank you so much to Capobianco Law for your continued support to our program. Next, we are going to talk about our May meeting and potentially changing the date. Greg?
Yes, so on May 4th, the Southborough community is holding its annual town meeting. So there is a conflict, so I have not been able to clone myself yet. So we have a couple options. We could reschedule the Northborough School Committee meeting. Another option is Keith will be joining me at the annual town meeting in Southborough. But Dr. Reinhorn does not know this yet.
Get that calendar out.
Is more than capable of running a meeting if it's the will of the committee to keep that date. So I'm open to keeping that May 4th date or rescheduling.
What alternative date do you have in mind, or no?
Monday, I think, would work.
The 2nd?
Yes.
Second. Joan?
As the Northborough member of the Regional School Committee, I have already committed to attending the Southborough Town Meeting. So if you would still have the Northborough meeting, I would not be able to attend.
Okay. I think that's something important to consider. We don't have to decide right this second, but how is Monday, May 2nd just sounding for everyone?
Sounds good for me.
If it's after town election, I might be pushed out the door.
No, it's before.
Yeah, no, if it happens to
That
go
would be an
after.
election
Oh,
night.
yeah. We need to have it before.
Yeah, May
No.
4th, May 2nd would allow.
I'm
May
good.
2nd,
I'm
he's
until
good.
It's May
I don't know.
10th.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that the
May 10th
official
is the
day, or is
election,
it
yeah.
after that? Joan probably knows.
May 10th.
May
May
10th is
Election
the
day.
night.
Is
May
that-
10th is our election date, and then it would be our June meeting would be the election of our
Officers.
boards,
So you would still be
officers.
able to attend on the 2nd.
Mhm.
You're still a member.
Okay.
Make sure of it.
Sounds like we're good for May
I would
2nd,
just-
but I'll
yeah.
confirm.
I would just have to, my husband happens to be out of town, and I already confirmed for a babysitter on the 4th, so I would just have to see if I could get a
So
babysitter
let
on the
me
2nd.
have Cheryl send out a doodle poll of
Sure.
a couple
Yeah.
dates, and then we'll see if there's.
Excellent, thank you. So that brings us to old business, and so we're gonna highlight Mary Ellen here, and she's gonna give us a COVID update.
Here again.
We're only accepting
Thanks,
good
Mary
news this
Ellen.
evening.
And I think Terry has a microphone for you.
Do I need the microphone? Okay.
as if you've sat in that seat before. With your-
Maybe a few times. Maybe a few times. I'm hoping for that Wednesday when you guys, I won't be in that old business. I was in new business on another one. It's not new for sure. So, our COVID cases had a slight uptick the past 2 weeks. If you've looked at the dashboard at all, in Northborough last week we had 13 cases. The week before that there was only 1, and this week there was 9. We did have a little cluster of cases at Proctor, and we did consult with the medical advisory team. It was 1 classroom. It wasn't throughout the whole building, and we did recommend increased testing and mask wearing for that class last week, and everybody did wear their mask after we had recommended it from the medical advisory team. And we did not see any more cases in there this week, so that's a good news. Our numbers follow what we see in the state. If you look at the wastewater numbers, our graph follows directly with that. And it's kind of leveling off now if you follow all of that data, and our numbers for the past 2 weeks, like last week was 39 and this week was 32. So hopefully we'll keep trending down in that way. We did have a vaccine clinic last night. We had 25 individuals come, some families, some students, so it was good that we got 25 people that hadn't been vaccinated before vaccinated. We did do some boosters, filled in the slots with some boosters for some staff members. So we have another clinic in 3 weeks from last night, and you can look on the town website for other clinics that are available for those of you that are over 50 or immunocompromised for your second booster. Those are coming up this week, Friday, I think is the first one, and then in a few weeks on Friday. Our testing is staying about the same. For our pool testing, it's between 1,100 and 1,200 a week. We had 5 positive pools this week. The program at the outset, the state had said it was going through April. I reached out this week again. Weekly, I asked them what is the end date, and they have not committed, but they said they will be making an announcement soon. So the testing programs are continuing, as far as I know, probably through the end of the year, would be my guess. Our antigen test kits, we have some people drop out each week, some people add in, so it's a revolving door, but it stayed right about the same. And our town numbers are just about the same, a little bit lower this week than last week for both of it, for Northborough. So I don't know if you have any questions for me about the COVID update?
Looks like we're good to go. Oh, Joan?
Marianne, first of all, just thank you very much for everything that you have done. I just feel like I've learned so much from you and the medical advisory staff and team, and you have just kept us up to date, and I just feel very, very blessed that you have kept us in the staff and the educators and the students, and they were at the forefront all the time. I think you gave up a lot of hours of sleeping for it. So my question for you is, are we still testing staff? Is that a voluntary thing? Just the swabs and that, or how's that going?
So all of the screening or testing is voluntary, so I don't have the breakdown between staff and students, who's participating or not, so.
Okay, so it's voluntary even for the students. So if a parent, if they were away on a extended trip and they think that they might have been a close contact, they could come and have the swab test, is that correct?
So we have the pool testing available. You have to sign in, you have to sign up for all of them, opt in
Okay.
for the antigen testing, and sign a consent for any antigen testing that's done at school, but we do have lots of testing available for anybody that wants it.
Okay, and for the second booster vaccination, I saw when I signed up to get mine on Friday at the Northborough Senior Citizen Center, there are 2 options, I think, 2 other options were Melican and the high school. So those, is that correct or no?
There's not one at Melican. I think those were old, that weren't available to
Okay.
book for those.
But are they going to be, is the high school going to be a site to give the second booster, or is it just Northborough seniors, do you know?
The Northborough Senior Center is the one for the town. The high school was the event last night where we
Oh, okay.
targeted our students who were not vaccinated and their families. And then they have their 3-week second
Okay.
shot clinic set up. But if there's openings there, we'll open it up to the town or to the staff.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? All right. Mary Ellen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Ellen.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. So that brings us to our MSBA update. I don't know who to turn it over to. Superintendent or assistant superintendent?
Keith, do you want to take it?
So part of the MSBA process is making sure that we submit our application for statement of interest under the timeline that is allotted. So we did perform that duty, and we got our application in on time, and it was accepted for the Proctor Roof project. So that was certainly a priority from our capital plan, and one that we would love to see MSBA support for. I hope that within, 8 weeks to 12 weeks, we'll hear the decision about whether or not we will be accepted into the next phase, and then we will report out to you guys on what that is and what it will require of us. In the meantime, from that, we are making progress on the Proctor project to repair the downspouts and fix the drainage that we identified in earlier months' presentations. And we just wrapped that up today, and we had one bidder for the project. And we'll be connecting with that vendor shortly to set up a timeline and get that work done as soon as possible. So first things first, we're taking care of the downspout project, and then we're hopeful that we hear back from MSBA with a thumbs up to accept us in. And then we'll work closely with the town and you to make sure we're following the right steps to get that job complete. So hopefully it'll all be a good path ahead.
And are those projects that you just mentioned about the downspouts, is that what's being potentially funded by ARPA?
Did John identify that
Yes.
specifically?
He did identify it, okay, great. Because I think the Board of Selectmen voted for that
They
a
did.
month ago.
A few
or
weeks
last
back,
month.
they
Yeah.
supported it.
Okay,
I just couldn't remember the funding, so.
sure, thank you. Kelly and then Joan?
So you mentioned steps, but not in the steps that I'm thinking of. Proctor steps. What happened there?
It is very possible that, the drainage did impact steps that come from
That's what I was
the
wondering,
front
yeah.
wing there down to the lower lot. We have reached out to a number of vendors to see if they'd be interested in helping us take care of that. We do have more of a short-term solution that we're going to be able to implement as soon as possible, but things have to dry out a little bit. Putting anything, resecuring that in a damp environment is not going to last very long. So working closely with Bud Richardson, our facilities managers, on different approaches to take care of that is something that we could do. But if you do look at that area, you can see that the saturation and the moisture in that area is high,
Yeah.
and that probably led to the crumbling of the concrete at those steps. So. And it's not a new problem. Those steps have been repaired previously, and then that repair is the thing that actually failed most recently. And we're looking to restore it as quickly as possible.
Joan?
Getting back to the Proctor School repair on the downspouts and the drainage, best case scenario, when would that project begin?
Before the end of school, definitely.
Okay.
And we were working with Principal Sear to make sure it does not interrupt learning in any way or operations, and making sure we're following proper procedures with that. So I anticipate we could get it done this spring, but we will work closely to, with the school to make sure it's not an interruption. So my hope is that the vendor's available and that we can work with Principal Sear to get it done as soon as possible. And we also didn't rule out the opportunity to do the work over the weekend because the vast majority of it is outdoors.
Okay. And then just 2 questions to follow up on that is, and I'm sure it's going to happen, is that if that work happens during the school day, the crew will be Cory checked?
Correct.
Okay, because they could be in some interaction. Probably not. I've been in school projects when they're not. But these are always questions that come up, that they will be Cory checked, and sometimes the work begins at dismissal or if school is not in session.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we're really going to partner with Principal Sear and the central office and Becky. We did have that part of the bid requirements to make sure that we did follow those proper clearance procedures. So we will have that in place for all vendors that are on site.
And especially no work being done during MCAS testing.
We'll avoid MCAS as much as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Keith.
You're welcome.
Next is the superintendent's report to the committee. Mr. Martineau?
Sure, so in your packet is the enrollment report as of March 30th, 2022. So we are keeping a close eye on enrollment numbers. And the principals and I are meeting frequently to monitor enrollment. We are monitoring a couple of grade levels very closely and have Plan B in place if we need to make sure we're staying within the enrollment policy of the school committee.
Kelly?
That's what I was gonna say, that looking at next year's, projection ahead, there's 3 at one school, 2 at 2 other schools.
7 altogether, Kelly.
Yeah, but then there's, for grade 1, it's capped almost in every school.
Yeah, so grade
Yeah,
1
so
is one we're watching
is
very
that-
closely
yeah.
because of the number of seats. So
Yeah.
typically we won't have a good number until early summer. Families who move away and families who enroll, but we do have a Plan B just in case.
When you say Plan B, is that for this school year or
third.
next school year?
So
Let's
it
finish.
would be requiring us to add staffing to
Okay.
support
Okay.
the increased enrollment.
Great.
Typically, this enrollment report is not atypical from what we've seen in the past. I think in the past few years, 3 years ago, we had to add another section of kindergarten over the summer. But for the most part, we've been able to stay within the class size policy and accommodate students through the policy for the most part.
Joan?
Greg, looking at the numbers for this year and also for next year, are there any classes that are capped, especially for this year, where the students are not going in their neighborhood schools, but they're going to another school?
Yeah, so if you look at the enrollment report, any of the cells that are highlighted in yellow are classes that are capped.
Okay.
So you can see the 2021, 22 class sizes that are capped, and then projections for 23.
Are you asking, it's about 12% right now of kids that are redistricted. I just know
Okay.
from a different meeting. So it's about 120 kids that aren't at their neighborhood school right now.
112?
119, I think, was.
We are also in the process of where there are spaces asking families if they want to return to their neighborhood school. So those letters have gone out, or are going out. They haven't already this week.
Okay, thank you.
Erin?
Have the elementary schools already met and decided if there'll be shifts in teachers? Like sometimes you need to move a
Yes, so we have a
second grade to
plan,
third grade. Okay.
and obviously it's there are many factors and moving parts. So we are meeting frequently with the principals to make sure that we're monitoring that very closely. So we have library media specialist positions open. We have the IT positions, and depending on what happens with those positions, could impact the shifting teachers.
So these enrollment projections and sort of just this conversation overall, that Kelly was bringing up about students and Joan was talking about, not attending their neighborhood schools. This conversation, I assume, has been sort of part of your conversation, Kelly.
That's why I know the number. Yeah, I'm on that. That's my subcommittee of the subcommittee.
What's the subcommittee called again? Refresh.
The grade
Grade
configuration study. Yep.
Okay, I know that has been talked about a little bit in the community about, why grade configuration and why are we talking about this? So, in case any of the community members are interested, it's this is one of the main issues, correct, Greg?
It is a factor, yes.
A factor, yes. Yeah. Okay. Anything else about enrollments? Joan?
Greg, I know the number 119 students seems high, but I know that in the previous administration by Superintendent Johnson. I think that's when it was started, when we had the new students coming in during the summertime and trying to get them, a class was capped. How does this number project as in previous years? Is this a higher number?
So we are definitely, as we are seeing plateauing and a little bit of declining enrollment, pre-K through 5. We are trying to not redistrict students when we don't have to. We think it's important for students to attend their neighborhood schools for a variety of reasons, including transportation. It really causes a hardship for us when we have a student who is in the Proctor district but is attending another neighborhood school that we have to transport. It causes another logistical challenge that Keith and Jean have had to overcome. I would say that you know, we're still placing students in other neighborhood districts as a result of the class sizes that we see, but it's not as to the great extent as it has been in the past.
It isn't. And I know several years ago, after you had passed out the letters to parents, there were some students that, and parents that wanted to stay out of district because they had such a great experience.
Many of the families choose to stay within the school that their children were redistricted to, because they've met great kids and are having a great experience. And that's the nice thing about our community. We have 4 great elementary schools where you could have a great experience no matter which school you attend. So.
Thank you.
Of course. Is that hands, Keith, or no?
I was just going to say, it becomes a benefit later if you know kids from your own school and, you know, when you hit Milliken. We happened to move, so we did 2 schools on the way through. So it kind of becomes a social, yeah. So it's not all downsides.
Yeah, kids play sports together, they dance together, they socialize together, so there's a lot of opportunity outside of the school structure for kids to get to know one another. But I think the more that kids can get to know their peers before arriving to Milliken, I think it is a benefit. All right, so also in your packet is the FY22 monthly general fund expenses report. Turn it over to Becky.
So the FY22 monthly general fund report as of March 31st marks the end of the 3rd quarter in fiscal year 22. We have one more quarter left in the year, and in the finance department it's always one of the busiest quarters as we prepare to close out the current fiscal year and also as we prepare to start a new fiscal year. The ending balance as of March 31st is $163,909, or 0.64%. Compared to the same time last year, we had $569,337, or 2.26% remaining. Some of the areas that we are watching, because they are variable costs, and those are substitute teachers and nurses, custodial overtime and substitutes, also our heating, and then special education transportation is something that we have been watching with some new students who have required transportation. We are, as I said, the team is looking at our open purchase orders for fiscal year 22 to make sure that we are working with the schools to close out those purchase orders, and then also for any anticipated expenses that they may have at year end. And as I've reported in previous meetings, we are continually monitoring this budget and watching this budget just to make sure that we are bringing it home with ease.
Thank you. So we are looking for a vote tonight. Keith?
I have a motion.
Yes.
I move to accept until audited the FY 2022 monthly general fund expenditure report as of March 31st, 2022, as presented today.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor? Excellent. It passes unanimously. Thanks, Becky.
And then the last item under the superintendent's report is the warrant article, and having the committee assign a person to read the warrant article at the annual town meeting on April 26th. And the warrant article is in your packet.
Can you go to the meeting?
Yep. I can go to the meeting.
I
don't know if
nominate
it's-
Lauren.
Wow, such enthusiasm, Kelly.
Well, it is usually
Is it
the
usually
chair.
the chair?
Yeah.
And I support,
Unless there's
and I
multiple.
support Kelly, yeah.
Unless there's multiple.
The chair
I mean,
can always
sometimes there's
delegate,
multiple, but yes.
That's fine. I think,
I don't think Joan's ever read one before, so.
Really?
I
Really?
think I think a new
She needs a turn.
I
tradition
need
should
to
be
turn.
the person who's leaving the
Oh.
committee.
Keith, I would welcome that if you would like
Last
to.
hurrah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. It's whatever you want.
Keith, it's all you.
Do the honor.
It's all you. Actually, I think I was supposed to read it the past 2 years, and the past 2 years the moderator has actually read it, so I've never been able to read it.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, I think because it's early on in the Warren articles, and so I think they were like getting their flow down.
Well,
But
I
Keith,
think-
it's all you.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, Lauren, you can second it, because sometimes
Perfect.
we hang out there, and we always.
That sounds
there's no
great.
second it from our committee, so.
All right, thank you so much, Superintendent Martineau, for your report. That brings us to school committee member reports. Maybe we'll just start at the end. Erin, do you have anything to report tonight?
I do not.
All right, Keith.
I am good.
All right, Joan.
Well. Wow. I'll first start off with something that I read, and it wasn't mentioned yet tonight. I'd like to give the congratulations to the Melican 6th grade band that was awarded the gold at the MICA this past weekend, I believe. So congratulations to the 6th grade band. Look forward to them going up and going to be at Algonquin. I'd also like to mention, and I believe, Lauren, you sent it to us. It was an email that was forwarded to you by Kim Tolander, is that there's a community keynote event on Thursday, April the 7th, which is tomorrow at 7 p.m. at the Trotter Middle School Auditorium in Southborough. It is a local Southborough parent and author. Jennifer DeLeon is the guest keynote speaker on the power of stories. And as Lauren said, this is part of the speaker series envisioned by the Coalition for Equity. So on Lauren's email that she sent to us, there was a place to RSVP, which I've done. So my husband and I will be attending. I would definitely be attending, see if I can get him to go along.
Quick question about that, actually, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Is that going to be recorded? Does anybody know?
We're working on it. There.
Can't go live.
So we are trying to have it recorded, but we may be short-staffed. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing? People don't have to RSVP to come.
Oh, you
So
don't?
It's nice if people RSVP, but just if people are watching, they're welcome to come without RSVP as well.
Okay, and Lauren, I'd like to thank you for sending that to us and forwarding it from Kim, who is a member of the Southborough K-8 School Committee.
Yes.
And I just would like to, I have more of a lengthy report because I'm the liaison to the Northborough Ed Foundation, and there was a meeting last night that was a Zoom meeting, and I passed out 2 important papers for everybody. The first one is Teacher Appreciation Week is going to be May 2nd to the 6th. It is a fundraiser sponsored by one of the initiatives by the Ed Foundation. And every year they do a gift of a golden apple the parents can purchase for a teacher. And the price is $15 each or 5 for $50. Along with the golden apple this year, there's a bonus. It's going to be a beautiful live succulent plant that will be delivered also. And if you'd like to purchase it, it's make sure you get your orders in by May 1st. And on this second page is the annual thing that they, not annual because they didn't do it for the past, I think, year or two, is a Princess Tea Party that is going to be held at Algonquin, and that is going to be on Saturday, May 7th from 2 to 4 p.m. And what that's going to consist of, it's $15 a child, $35 for an adult. And they'd like you to purchase those as soon as you can. Sometimes you can get them that day at the door. And there's a lot of fun activities that they have. There's going to be, from Frozen is going to be characters of Anna and Elsa. And it's going to be a princess dance performance. There's going to be glitter tattoos, crafts, nail painting, and it's a tea and desserts and also photo opportunities. So this is a great thing because the next day is Mother's Day. Also, there was a grant update that they had, and just similar to what we heard earlier from the PTO is that there's a deadline date for grants, and they're coming in very slowly. They have 7 grants in so far, 1 intent to apply, and this is for next year. And all the teachers and faculty would have to do is by May 1st to file, just to say that you're going to apply for a grant. The application does not have to be in until July 1. And Greg, I asked them if, at last night's meeting, about pre-K, because we're talking now, instead of being a K to 8 district, pre-K. And I said, would you offer the grants to the pre-K? And they said, yes, they've never had it. So if somehow you could make that known, I think it would be a great process for them to go through. And the other thing they'll be working on is the Teacher Appreciation Week, which is the Golden Apples. And they're working already on the Apple Fest Gala for September 16th of next year. So it's a small group, but it's a very good group, and they do a lot of wonderful things, I think, for our teachers and for the kids at the same time. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Joan. Kelly?
So for an NSPAC update, I think it was last Monday, it was the Executive Function Workshop by Sarah Ward, and it was virtual, and I attended it. It was amazing. I thought it was so great. On the events page of the NSPAC, there is the slideshow of the presentation, so if you weren't able to attend it, I highly, and the video of it too, definitely check it out. I even forwarded it to friends, and they thought it was great, even not being able to attend it. So a lot of great information.
It was well attended, too,
It was
right?
well attended. It was a combination of a bunch of CPAC. So it wasn't just a Northborough event and Southborough event. There was a few other ones. So it was a nice collaboration amongst other districts. So they were very fortunate to have that opportunity. I think it was great. And I think having it be such a nice success, I think they'll probably be able to do some more too. Upcoming event for them is Thursday, April 28th. It's the Basics Rights Understanding the IEP presented by the Federation of Children with Special Needs. And that's going to be 6:30 to 8:30. And you can register again on their events page. And Going the Distance, they are coming back. And they are going to be in person again this year. And it's going to be May 19th at 6 p.m. at the high school. And they've already sent out nominations forms. I know it was in the Proctor News. I think Beasley probably saw it too. So the principals have circulated it around and stuff. But you can always go to their website, also their webpage, and click to nominate anyone for that. I won't say anything about the grade configuration. I mean, we have an upcoming meeting, I guess, because I thought that was featured, and so it's going to be did we confirm the meeting for next week? I don't know if it's going to be after April vacation.
Communicated tomorrow.
Okay.
And it will be actually a week from tomorrow. Thursday the 14th.
Okay. Yeah, because I know it was back more, so I will not be in attendance of that meeting, so I will get the brief of that afterwards. I will be on a beach in Hawaii.
Who's still going to attend?
Yeah, we can Zoom.
Oh, the time difference, it might be complicated, but I'll check it. If it's a Zoom meeting, then yeah. So, I'll Zoom.
Anything else, Kelly?
I don't think so. We haven't done solar, and the PTO we met, and it was a great meeting last Friday, and we just talked about the equity report that was released the Wednesday before.
Perfect.
What's going on?
Great, thank you.
Oh, and then the high school, it's not really for us, but it's kind of, they're still fundraising for the, that was one of the things at the PTO meeting, they're fundraising for the after prom parties. So,
Great, thank you. I just wanted to sort of give a shout out to our paraprofessionals. So today is Paraprofessional Appreciation Day, so our ESPs do a lot of work for our district, and so I hope that they know how much they're appreciated. They wear many hats. They do a lot of good work, so that's really important. And it is also Vice Principal Appreciation Week. And so we do have, I believe, Jen Callahan is our assistant principal for the middle school, so thank you, Jen. Shout out to Jen as well. We do have, so thank you, Joan, for talking about the Coalition Speaker event coming up tomorrow. We do have a cultural music and dance festival that's also coming up. Can I release that date yet? I can, okay. So it's actually going to be Friday, June 3rd. It's the day before graduation. So we're going to use the setup outside on the field for an outdoor music and dance celebration. So Rhoda's been working really hard on that, and more details will be coming about that. All right, that's it. Hold on, let me see what's next. I didn't have my agenda up.
So I just have one item to share.
Yes,
So
sure.
that is a week from tomorrow, April 14th, the town will be holding a convening of the boards as a public hearing to hear from the community around expenditure of the ARPA funds. So that will take place at Algonquin Regional High School in the library at 6 p.m. And as soon as the agenda is posted, I will send it out to you folks.
Great. And so in case we do have a quorum, we'll probably want to post as well.
I won't be there.
ARPA funds that we have essentially, communicated with the town include the Proctor roof and any other projects.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think it's important. So the school district received ESSER funds. We received ESSER 1, 2, and 3 funds as a result of the pandemic and the impacts of the pandemic. Parallel, the town received ARPA funding to support its impact of the pandemic's impact to the town. So, I have been in close contact with John Kadar talking about the needs. One of the things I think is really important is that there's been a lot of conversations around adding positions, adding people. And one of the things we're very careful about is not creating a structural deficit by adding positions, and then when this money goes away, then we don't have the operational funding to support those positions. So I think we've been in conversations around more capital projects like the roof and the drainage and other one-time expenses that were already included in the master plan of the town that seems prudent to move forward. But it will be interesting to hear from the community what the community is interested in expending the money on. So.
Great, thank you.
I went to the previous meeting, the unofficial meeting of it, and it did look like people were very excited about potentially giving money to the schools, and I was like, we will take any money you guys want. So, but there was some enthusiasm about that too.
Excellent. I think, the piece about making sure that the money is used for something that doesn't have to then be expended onto the operational budget in the future when that grant funding goes away is key. And so, any members of the school committee who choose to go to that meeting, if it comes up, feel free to speak up.
And I also think, Dr. Lipton O'Connor's presentation over the past 5 years, pre-pandemic, we've added a lot of support staff to support the SEL needs of our students, like school psychologists, behavioral specialists, health educators, BCBAs. So thankfully, the district has been very proactive in adding those positions. So I think we are in a good place in terms of support teams. And now, again, it's really looking at how to make sure we're maximizing the expertise and using those resources as efficiently as possible.
Thank you. We do not have any educational policy at this time or policy development, so we're going to move on to personnel items.
So in your packet is the personnel report as of April 6th, 2022, and I will note a couple of retirements. In particular, Linda McCann, grade 2 teacher at Lincoln Street School. So one of the things I'm excited for as we look to the next several months is being able to celebrate and honor our retirees as they exit our community. And it will be an opportunity for us to thank and celebrate their hard work and commitment and impact to the district. So as we learn more about what those events will be, I will communicate that to the committee.
Thank you. Next is communications. It looks like we have a notification about the Wetlands Protection Act.
So we do receive notifications if the immediate school grounds are impacted. So we did receive a communication from Scott Charpentier from the Northborough Department of Public Works. So just informational, there's nothing we need to do. There is a public hearing if a committee member wanted to attend. That would be this, it's, you can see the public hearing date on here.
The call.
You have to call, so I can find out when that.
Call for the public hearing, yes. Thank you.
And Keith has a great partnership with Scott Charpentier and constant communication, so if there's anything that needs to be addressed, Keith will be aware.
Our operations and traffic hasn't been impacted by anything. We're in the clear.
Okay.
Is that the plate in front that they just laid down?
Yes.
Is that,
Yes.
that's, yeah.
Next, we have action on minutes. So we have 2 sets of minutes. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the open meeting minutes of March 2nd, 2022, and the special open meeting minutes of March 10th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
My name was spelled wrong in one part. I don't know if that matters.
I don't think that it matters for the content. Are you okay with that, Kelly?
I don't.
All right.
I was just,
I'll correct it.
it's not, yeah, it's not. I mean, I saw it was a EY. It's not a big deal. I just happened to notice it.
All those in favor?
That was a
I hope
test.
so.
That was a test to see if I was reading it.
Yes.
Guess what?
That was good,
Kelly.
Kelly. All those in favor? Wonderful. They pass unanimously. So far, future agenda items. In May, we'll have our school choice public hearing, and we will also vote. We'll have a grade configuration study group presentation either in May or June, and then also bus updates and plan for next school year. Anything else? Joan?
I think because Michelle Carr was not here as the middle school
Yes.
and the PTO.
Excellent. Anything else? All right, if you think of anything, let me know. Approval of bills and payrolls has been done electronically. And last but not least, we have audience sharing. I think we have members of our district in the audience. Thanks for sticking with us. All right, that is it. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll
Yes,
make
Kelly.
a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Perfect.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? We are adjourned at 8:48 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Cheer pickup, Joe.
When you have to do.
Cheer pickup.
Cheer pickup. He can get there by 9.
Shrewsbury.
My goal is
Cheer.
9 o'clock, and we made the
Is it
goal.
9? All-star cheer.